Well, hello, good evening, and welcome to a post F1 farm sim stream. The usual, we're doing the things with the things and sorting the things. So, without further ado, if I just do me a bit of that, hi, proof of life. That's the thing. Right, let's kind of get on with it, eh? We'll continue. Connect to the server. And then just make sure the pad is running. Come on, bring me my dashboard. There we go. There we go. Start the server. Start the server. Let's get into the server. And we'll do the things.
Question, as far as everybody knows,
Yes.
can IPS monitors get burning? I've never heard of IPS monitors having burning issue, but I'm like, eh?
Why, are you getting some ghosting?
Yeah. Not on my main display, thankfully. But I'm like, I just looked over at where I've got Twitch chat open on the second monitor, and I can see a definite outline of a meme. and I'm just like, okay.
Right.
Oh well, for a change, I don't have to install extra mods.
No,
No, they haven't been this week.
Yeah, I haven't decided to put any on this time. So. Deadwood looks alive.
But it's Deadwood.
Yeah, I think the reason why it was bugged last week is because there was an update.
And we kind of got all the hoeing.
Everybody loves a good hoe.
Apparently so.
It is a reason why they are.
I am going to farm to the soundtrack of Tron Legacy.
So good. So enjoyed that last night. The extended Daft Punk video that is Tron Legacy. See, Tron Legacy is to Daft Punk as what Hannah is to the Chemical Brothers.
You say your Deadwood was fine.
Yeah, they all had numbers, as in numbers of things to cut.
Mine, interestingly, doesn't. I'm going to put it down to a skill issue, but I'm just going to go and wrap bales.
So that
So you're gonna bail on
Prolander,
it.
so the Prolander 7500. That's a cultivator for hoeing, isn't it?
That's cultivator, not hoe.
Hoe, not hoe. Right. So I actually need to borrow the stuff. Right.
I think we have. Did we not have a hoe?
This is what I'm just looking through, and I don't think we have. I mistakenly thought that the Prolander was.
No.
Or is it the... No, because that's the Cedar.
It's the Pottinger Rotocare that we normally have. Which we
So
can afford
not-
to buy. It doesn't look like we own one.
Right. So... No, that's yield improvements. No, not yield improvements.
It's under weeders. So it is under yield improvements. The Rotocare one, the top one is like 0.4 of a meter wider.
Yeah. 36k. And I think, yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, the
So
amount of hoeing we do a year, like, we'd probably pay that off.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get our money's worth, let's put it that way. So, if I accept on that, accept on that, and also accept on that. Go to the map, here, come back here. Right, that'll do. Where's the ignition switch? Is it that one? That was the one. Right. We don't have any weights, do we?
No, but you should be fine.
Famous last words.
It's a chunky tractor.
But my nose is in the air just by putting that on the back. So, precious P. Weights, where are they at? They'll be under miscellaneous, I would imagine. There we go.
I believe
weights.
they're under weights.
They are under weights. Found weights.
All that's missing is someone to go, but wait, there's more.
Please don't.
I'm sorry.
I'll put the 1 tonner on. Yeah. That'll work. Right. That's better. So, 25 and 8. Well, scene 5 is just over here. Oh, hello, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. Thank you. So, we'll stop there. We will do the deploy. This is going to be another one of those ones where you can't really tell what you've actually done.
Yep. Yeah, for GPS.
Yeah, I'm just using the GPS and the fact it's got the, you know, the completed lines on it, as it were.
Right, it is P is the shortcut for the shop, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
For some reason, that's opening the character customizer for me.
Was that where the house was?
No, I'm just stood by the distribution centre.
No idea. It's a feature.
I'm just gonna go back to the menu.
I mean, try getting in and out of something, and it might reset it.
Oh yeah, that's a good. I will do probably. But too late. I'd already pressed the button. What? Apparently Billy Ray Cyrus and Liz Hurley are now an item.
Okay.
Yeah!
Tweets in there.
Unexpected. Somewhere in the universe though, Hugh Grant is now relieved he's no longer the biggest piece of shit that she dated. Okay, that's interesting. Unless I'm missing it, I'm not sure there's one on the map.
What's that?
A bakery.
There might not be.
Ah, I found it. Trust it to be the last thing you try.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
right.
always going to be the last thing you try, because it's not as if when you're looking for something, you find it, then you keep on looking for it, is it?
Oh, very funny.
I thought it, but I didn't say it.
So whether we buy the one on the map or we build our own, it's 150 family. to buy, or we can take our flour to the bakery, lease it, and see what that does for us.
I would lease the one that's there first. Yeah. Because... Just trying to remember the conversation. It was Field 2 that I thought we were making into like a village market high street. Was it not? Was it by 2?
I can't remember. I think it was 1.
Yeah, it's somewhere around there. No, yeah, because 2's the big one, isn't it? So yeah,
Yeah.
1's the one on the side of the road. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 was the shop, 6 was the potentially like water buffalo or cows, and 2 was just to stay as a field. Now for the days of a trailer board. Side note, why is there just a random pallet of mushrooms in this field?
Because they're magic.
I really don't know why. I'll be fair.
I've moved it to the side of the road, just so it's forgotten. But forgotten in plain sight.
It wasn't that one set of mushrooms that bugged out and was hanging in the air after the last stream, was it?
No, because I used super strength to interact with it, and it updated its location. Although that was also the same week as when bales kept spawning back in the bale storage center.
Yeah.
So
Because
maybe it
of-
was.
Because of despawn physics.
So it is entirely possible that it is, in fact, the same bale, the same pallet.
Classy as always.
I love how everything starts off of, nah, it can't be that. Actually, maybe it was when we start talking through it. It could be.
Yeah, when you start like you start brainstorming the thing, it's like, well, as it happens, it's like this. Yeah.
I have now reached the point in the soundtrack where I've been sent back in time to about 5 o'clock today.
It's not the start of F1, is it?
It is funny enough. How did you know?
But F1 from the 2020 season.
Yeah.
Before Brian's remix.
All the stuff became an entitled aspect.
He always was. It's just. He
Okay,
wasn't
above
really
less
like-
vocal aspect.
I don't even think it was that he was less vocal. It's just they threw him on camera less.
A more enjoyable time. Although that was around the time we had Hamilton saying every race, oh, that was a hard race, when he wins it by like 30 seconds. Or a lap.
Did not miss those days. tell you
But-
what days I do this.
Go on.
The Ross Brawn days. When they came up with a set of regulations to make racing better. And they actually stuck to them for one season. In fact, no, it wasn't even one season, it was half a season.
Wasn't that the hand duct era?
No, I'm literally on about 2022 when they brought in the new regs.
Before they nerfed it because of Mercedes going, oh my god, it doesn't work.
Yes. It's okay, that'd be next season with Ford Red Bull powertrains.
They're already working on that.
Oh no, that's set up.
A lot of the manufacturers apparently were trying to get the FIA to change the plan for next year's engine. Because it's looking, I was saying to him, the paddock gossip is that the Mercedes power unit is going to be the strongest by far and away. So basically your world championship will come down to which Mercedes powered team is faster. And none of the others will get a look in. Because fun enough, it's the same way that they were good in 2014. They nailed the electrical side of it more so than the ice. Although I don't know if you saw the news, according to some of the team simulations, we're going to end up with a situation where coming out of Parabolica, you come down Monza straight, you're going to run out of electrical energy before you reach the end.
Yeah.
So it should be faster to downshift halfway down the straight.
I saw that. Or at least I'd heard about that. Because wasn't that what sparked the whole, like, let's go to V10s again?
Pretty much. None. The V10 conversation's been there a little bit, but it's what made it more intense the last few weeks. Because as people this was a known thing already, but when you add on to that, there's only going to be one engine manufacturer that's going to be any good. It doesn't sound like a good year for racing. I could just see the depression creeping into Ian's face as he realises next year will not be the year.
I actually, as per usual Ferrari planning, I think they dropped the ball. I actually thought it last year, because I don't think Hamilton was a smart move, but what do I know?
I'm semi at the point where I think Hamilton's just past it.
If he gets sorted with the car, he will be worth it. But the problem is at his age, how long is it going to take?
Well, I think he just got too used to driving a car that was on rails. And now, in the last season when he was in Mercedes, and now he's just not on rails. And so he's not happy with it. Because, I mean, you could tell the car was pretty fantastic, considering, like, it was nearly always a 1-2 for Mercedes, and when Russell had to step in, it was still almost a 1-2. It was just a mistake and stuff.
Yeah.
Which says that the car was already pretty powerful, and that the drivers, although they had to drive, because as proven with Bottas, they didn't. He was generally there as a close second, or as a second or third. It never really went below like a 5th, I want to say. I guess.
Short of them absolutely, shitting the bed.
Yeah. Which is pretty much what Red Bull want from their second driver now, is what Bottas was. Is a close second driver that can pick up the scraps when the first driver drops the ball, but isn't close enough to be competitive with their primary driver.
The problem with that is you can't get that because the field is so compressed now. The reason that worked for Mercedes was Bottas being 2/10 down is fine because everyone else is 4/10 down. If you're 2/10 off of the pole, yes, sorry, I was getting ranty.
Yeah, but it also goes down to the whole, like, it's what you want in a number 2 driver is them to be close but not close enough to be a problem. As, like, in McLaren's situation, when Norris isn't literally falling out of a bed, he's actually out there in front, like, they've got 2 number 1 drivers, and that's somewhat of a problem because then it goes to team orders and then you got to play preferential and shit, which then tensions start rising. But which is why they tend to say we're not doing team orders because it's and just papaya rules, which is just basically don't crash.
Also, hi Squirrel. Right, so do that. Let's go around this next bit.
Our field 4 is going to need hoeing as well.
Okay, you know what? In that case, then it's a good thing we've got a hoe.
I know.
Yeah, Wormy's been here for a while.
Damn.
No, we got a useful hoe.
And remember, Wormy's not a hoe. He's a slag.
Need bit you slag.
And when he's at work, he is a chair. Sorry, a till slag. Look it up in IKEA. You'll know what I mean. There is a till slag in IKEA. It's great.
Does that have a picture of Wormy next to it?
Unfortunately, no, it's just a chair. But still, I did actually have to go to IKEA to just confirm that there was actually a till slag in IKEA. Just reading that sinister, you're just like, from an out from the racer's point of view, that's fair enough. But that's the beautiful paradox of Formula One. Because, you know, you have the Drivers' Championship, which is basically the bit that press and TV is all really wanting to go on about, because people have their favourite drivers. But then you have constructors, of which They don't care which of their drivers actually win, as long as it's one of them. And from an actual planning and resources point of view, there comes a point in the year where a team has to say, right, well, we're going to have to favour one driver over the other, and that's when basically things always get shitty and becomes worse than an episode of Melrose Place.
Jerry.
Yeah. But yeah, that is the beautiful paradox of F1. The fact that you got the two championships, and as I say, everyone talks about the drivers' championship and the rest of it, but it's like, nah. The real thing is where the constructors is. Which is ultimately why when you hear my comments usually about racing, I'm not usually talking about, oh, Charles Leclerc this, Charles Leclerc that, or Lewis this, Lewis that, as it is this season. I'm more of a, well, Ferrari, because that's what I am. I am a Ferrari supporter. I don't technically, I want the best driver to be in our team, obviously, but I want the team to win. Which then comes back to my statement of, I actually think Ferrari dropped the ball last year by signing Lewis in favour, as opposed to keeping Carlos. I think they screwed up.
I put that on. Fred is counting on them being better in 2026, and they want to get Lewis up to speed before that. But still,
Yeah.
and I also think it's going to bite them in the arse with one Mr. Charles Leclerc. Because what you're basically saying is, Charles, you've rewarded Ferrari with many years of patience and understanding. And now that we look like we might have a chance to win in 2026, we're going to bring in the most successful driver of all time.
And let him do it all while you just sit there on the sidelines. Yeah, I totally agree. It's just like, this is why I think they dropped the ball. If they kept it as Charles and Carlos, who, in my mind, was potentially one of the most exciting and diversive pairings on the grid as to what both drivers could do for the team,
They were also good team players, to be fair.
Yeah.
Charles Carlos is possibly the best Ferrari I know since Raikkonen and Massa.
Yeah. I'm not actually going to disagree with that statement. You might not be that far wrong with that.
And honestly, it was probably the best overall driver pairing
On the grid.
of the millennium. Like, the only better driver pairing I can think of since 2000 would be Hamilton-Bottas, because you had two incredibly quick drivers who you can guarantee one of them will win it, and it's just the odds are one will win it more often than the other to take the fight out of the situation.
Yeah.
Like, you couldn't want much more. I'm just looking forward to the inevitable feeling I have coming that due to some fluke, Carlos is going to win in that Williams before Hamilton wins in the Ferrari. Sprint race is not obviously counted for that stat.
No, actual GP wins. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why, but I just feel like it's going to happen. Potentially at Monza. Because you know what that Williams is like every year in a straight line.
It is slippery, slippery quick. Yeah. Now, I apologise for going away from the F1 speak, but I'm just trying to get a handle of things with the game. Did someone take notes and like see, was there a cost of getting a truck? Was that what we said at the end of the last stream? I seem to remember it was. But someone did say they had it, put it into the Steam notes.
Cab's about 45k, and then for the version of the trailer we wanted, didn't we say it was about 150?
Right.
I think it was 70 something for the trailer and the 40.
Oh yeah. I think it might have been 115 all in, or like 190. That's ringing a bell now.
Right, so where's 20? Oh, it's all the way over there.
Like, depending on your style of trailer that you want, it's like 24.5k up to about 35 plus the 40, which is 37.
I ate a little bit too much of the novelty chocolate egg, and I do not feel comfortable.
Well, you'll learn for next time.
Of course he won't.
I will not.
Oh, no sympathy here then.
I'm thinking there's a zero fucks sort of policy going on there at the moment, so, you know. Bit harsh, to be fair, but, you know. I think
It's
that's
a bit
where
like
it's
shooting
headed.
yourself in the foot and then complaining about it.
Yeah.
It's really annoying that bail wrapping keeps coming up as a contract. The next one only ever comes up when the one before is finished. So I'm constantly having to borrow. Oh, I'm coming over next to you two.
Oh, okay.
I'm driving another Fent that doesn't have an engine in the front. It's a bit weird.
Okay, so that's...
Pressure.
Dun 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 dun. No? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, this is totally a one-way system that I'm choosing to ignore.
Huh. So I just finally paid attention to general chat. And unless I'm misunderstanding, it's somebody's birthday today.
I already said earlier.
No, not that person.
Oh. Oh, Carmack.
Oh, a local POR pupper developer. It's currently undecided which is more important, the pupper or the developer.
I think
Tune in next week for
Don't need next week. Tune in after the break where someone's feelings get hurt.
because I gotta admit, it did make me kind of smirk to myself. Last time Carmack jumped on, it was like, important things first. How is Pupper? That was it. There's nothing about, you know, work and what he's doing and what he's developing or high or anything like that. It's just, how's Pupper? Is Rayla being a good girl?
No, hi Carmack, how's you doing? How's your day going? Just dog is good, yes.
That's why this community has its priorities correct. Doggo first.
Human later.
Okay, so that's them three done. So
Yeah, we'll cook you up.
32 and 77. Yeah, well, I suppose it would be another almost 5 grand. It's not massive.
I did wonder if I'd read that gift correctly.
Mm-hmm. Fucking reader.
Oh, wait. There's something even more important today that we should be celebrating.
Zombie Jesus Day.
Happy Marijuana Day.
Oh, 420.
Why do you think I'm doing grass?
Well,
In game, just for the clarification.
yeah, whatever.
We was gonna do some stuff, but then we got high.
Other famous people born on approximately the 20th of April. The Prophet Muhammad.
You say Bob Marley, 'cause that'd be just so funny.
Having a look through now. Harold Lloyd, the comedian and silent film actor.
Made the corner.
At
It's a
what
shame you
cost?
can't set them as half deployed, because that way if you start to go over, they just act as stabilizers.
Oh, Luther
Hi.
Vandross, apparently.
What? Oh, I almost held it. There we go. Made it. Go back.
Car, you've literally just pushed me into a lamppost.
Andy Serkis is 61 today.
Good old column.
My precious. Yeah. Carmen Electra. She'll be 53 today, apparently. Well, there's a lot of people born on April 20th. Which makes me wonder what was happening 9 months ago.
Don't know. Google it, because it'll probably tell you what happened 9 months ago to the day.
A lot of people horny devils.
Well, all I'm going to say is it's July, alright? Go figure. Especially when it's America related. It's July.
Also over here, probably a couple getting the last one out before the kids are back off school.
Yeah, before they lose all the alone time. 1 hour, you say, plan then? Okay.
I've consumed 250 ml of fluid, but about 50 ml of that is Southern Comfort. As you can probably tell from the fact apparently I can't say the words 250 ml or Southern Comfort.
I shall board over there, and I still know nobody. You become a sim. You are talking Simlish. That is what it is.
God, if only, because then I could blame someone else for all of my poor life choices.
You either sounded like a sim or you was turning into Adam Sandler. The only thing you was really missing from that was a shallow May. But anyway.
We had 2 pallets of lettuce spawn.
Yes, because I checked the lettuce shed and it was set to storage for some reason. I have re-thingied it to distribute. Here, I want one.
Get good.
Screw it.
Got it, I think. Yay! I got one.
Do you?
Got it. Yeah, now got
Okay.
it. Oh, you know what? I just thought I'm going to check the bale shed.
Oh god. Don't like that building anymore.
Nope, we're good.
Doesn't matter, it'll just sneak up on us and one day it'll just appear in there. There'll be 20 of them.
So, because we've been talking of birthdays, would you like Clangnet to have your personal information and actually wish you happy birthday on your birthday? If yes, let me know. If no, also let me know. For it is something that could be done.
Question.
Answer.
Answer. Don't care.
Are we planting anything in field 4?
It's not the right month for it.
We could plant oat.
I believe that was eventually the plan. Oh my god, bell wrapping, you sons of bitches.
If we plant oat now, we can harvest it in July, just before we'd be due to plant canola. But if we wanted to plant anything else like sorghums next month, sunflowers are September. No, they're not. Sunflowers are there.
But sunflower is not good return.
It's not too bad when you turn it into oil.
We also don't have a header for that. We'd have to lease, so it'd cost us more.
But yeah,
There was.
because I assume we want to diversify. We don't want to plant barley, right?
Well,
Because we've already got 2 fields of barley.
I guess.
Because the other thought then being wheat, which we can plant in September. It's worth planting some oats to get 4 months worth of yield out of this field. And then it's only got to sit fallow from July to September. Oh fuck, we can even oil seed it again to top the yield back off.
I have oats noted down, but do whatever.
Because wasn't oats noted down because the chicken feed?
I think that was the barley.
Right.
Yeah, that's the Barney. Because you
I think
get your
Oaks-
most. I can see Ian's using the Deutsch bar. Are you using the other tractor backup?
No, it should be in the shed. I am on a leased machinery.
I shall go and sow my wild oats. No, I won't, because it won't get me in the fucking tractor.
Is that? Well, it should have enough horsepower to do. For some reason, all I've got stuck in my head right now is hoodoo, you voodoo bitch. And I'm going to blame Wormy for it.
I have not played Dead Island in a very long time, thank you very much.
Neither have I. The best thing is, I haven't actually played the first one.
You're not missing much.
I played the second.
You played the second, but you played the fifth.
Mm-hmm. Playing the second one was weird when you think you're playing the same map as basically as GTA.
With probably a little bit less apocalypse.
Well, depends who's in the lobby.
Yeah.
One pit. Let us unfold the things.
I wonder if Skull and Bones did actually increase in popularity this weekend, seeing it was a free weekend.
Well, I was going to say anything better than zero would have been an increase in popularity.
I'll have you know, one is the peak at the minute because Wormy is playing it.
No, there's a lot more people playing it. It's just in this community. I might be the only one playing it.
When we just take the joke.
Nah.
Jokes are like dicks, you need to learn to take them more.
Speaking from experience.
No, the sheep told me.
Mm-hmm.
Do 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 do.
Farming plus alcohol. What could go wrong?
Nothing
Um,
much.
How did the tractor get up the tree?
Well, this is the problem with GPS. It makes it exceptionally practical to sit and refill your alcohol.
You could say the same thing about auto docking elite.
I have
do.
many a time.
What do you mean you could? I do.
I didn't know you had cirrhosis. I don't. I'm working on it.
I'm getting there. Maybe next week.
one drink at a time.
I didn't know you had a drinking problem.
Only if you label it, though.
Anyone would have a drinking problem after Macho Grande.
I don't have a drinking problem. I have a drinking solution.
No, remember, in life, just replace the word problem with opportunity.
Houston, we have an opportunity.
Hi, my name's Ian, and I have a drinking opportunity.
Two for
there's
one on
an
drinks tonight.
opportunity in Argentina.
Ha, traffic, I'd got you. A bale rolled down the hill and is blocking traffic.
Ha
Lovely
ha ha.
life.
Life is now complete.
Yeah.
I like seeding.
Does that have only seeds in it?
There is no solid fertilizer in it at this time.
You don't need any, because it's already 100%. That's why I asked.
Round the post, we can do this, yay!
Yeah, that was a totally acceptable braking solution.
Ugh, rain's coming. What a pain in the ass.
Could be worse. It could be harvest season and come.
I don't see any rain.
It's coming. It's on the forecast. And now I hand that in, and it now gives me another one, because that's generally how it goes. There is an 18,000 hoeing contract for Field 2.
Is there?
Yes.
Guess what I'm
Would you
doing?
like
Do you want to accept it? Just seeing you there. And I'll go across to it once I finish this one. Thank
Sort of
you.
why I mentioned it.
It's like, while you're there, it'd be rude not to. Okay.
Oh, it's March, isn't it?
Yes, it is in game.
We should be selling our sunflower oil this month.
Well volunteered, Padawan.
I'm busy sowing my wild oats, but I can take care of it after that.
We have no spare tractors currently. Can it
No,
be
but
done?
we now have the money to make the purchase of the semi.
Let me get field 2 done so we've got a bit more working capital going, eh?
Well, we're all busy anyway, aren't we?
I'm totally not just stood here doing nothing.
In which case, Mad Dog, would you like to sow the wild oats? While I,
I'm currently just writing some things down
Oh, yeah, of course.
because needing to remember what we're doing, working towards.
Keeper of the Tomes.
Right, I can take over now. If you wish.
Yeah, and then I can get a purchase made. As much as Ian says, wait for more working capital. We'll be fine.
Put it on finance.
Actually, yeah, that's a legit.
So tell you
put
what,
it-
I'll
Oh, I mean,
Put it on 6
we've got
months.
to make 3 purchases. So if I buy the actual cab outright, because that's only 45. I'm just taking all the optional extras off. Catch a tail, I know. I'm going to add 1 optional extra. We are not having a beige truck.
So, what extras have you taken off?
Horn, sun shield, extra lighting. I've made it short wheelbase rather than long wheelbase. In fact, no, we will have a beige one because it's £5 grand. Oof.
paint it later.
So that's the truck bought. And then if I... So...
Flatbeds.
And I'm scrolling through the list looking for flatbeds.
They are under trailers. They are in the 3rd section now.
Yeah, we want the Palfinger mod one, don't we?
Yes. But I don't know whether you want a curtain side version of it, or if you want the flatbed, or if you want the flatbed that has the sides on it, and then design 2, which has no sides.
I feel like the curtain side out is more appropriate. Did you put the mod on Ian that gives us snapping?
No,
No.
because there isn't one. The one that I was looking at just basically just gave us the snapping for bales, not for anything
panic.
else. Yeah. If we wanted that, we'd have to go with Universal Auto Load, which is not Mod Hub, because Loki is still developing it and it's on GitHub.
Because we don't have any summer snapping, I will go with the curtain side because it's easier to smush them in vertically that way. Whereas if you got the open one, it might be sketch. You just push them out the back.
Cool.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, we'll go with whatever, just as long as we can load it. We'll try and load it as best as we can.
The only
Ain't
thing
gonna
with
be
the
perfect.
cider is it has a roof.
This is true. And then where do I find the little pal finger total?
If you go back to flatbeds and then just click on the trailer and click combinations, it will take you over to
Good
the
idea.
bit bottom of the list.
Because that's the most expensive. Well, actually, no, that's still cheapish. But I'll put
Yeah.
that on the finance.
So, how much a month are we looking?
If we do 6 months, 6 and a bit, 6 and a quarter.
Oh, that's not much. That's livable. Because next month is the last of the 8 grands for. What was that one? We'll go on finals.
It's not gonna. I think we're done on the 8 grands.
Was this month the last month?
I think it was. The worst comes to worst is you just have to do a couple of. We have to do a couple of wood transports.
Yeah.
For some reason, I keep getting a hand icon instead of being able to gain the vehicle.
Yeah, I get that sometimes. I had that a minute ago. I just had to tab through.
Yeah, weird.
I even had it where I couldn't tab forward. I could only tab in reverse to get to where I was.
Well, what's really annoying is it's preventing me from getting the pal finger. And the pal finger apparently is not a tappable vehicle.
What if you teleport to the shop on the map? Or click on it on the map?
Good idea. No, you know, fixed it was just getting out a tool and bring the tool away.
I suspect that's going to be a lumberjack issue.
Yeah.
So, from my understanding of it, is you put there's a transport mode for the forklift. And then you drive it to the rear of the trailer, then you get in the truck, and then it connects like a trailer would.
Yes, I come to understand this. Quite funky. I quite like it. Wide load. Actually, no, long load.
I was gonna say it's got an arse swing.
Glad I
you
put
went
the,
Side
short-
1.
Yeah. Just suddenly very, very glad I picked up the short wheelbase version of the cab.
Yep. I'm surprised you went with design 1 over 2.
Thought it looks nicer, honestly.
Okay.
So we've got our first truck for our haulage business. Yay!
Oh, that's neat. The indicators on the Halfinger forklift actually light up properly as well when you indicate. So this isn't some ghetto shit, it actually works properly. Oh, wait a minute, this thing's even cooler than I thought. When you're in, what's it mode? Actually, no, oh no, it's mode independent. So it's got, what's the word? You can change the steering so that it's basically disabled and it just moves left or right.
Oh, so you
Like
can go into
true
crab mode.
steering.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like true crab, like it is exactly left and right. That's going to be quite useful for getting stuff on the trailer, that is.
finish line.
Did you re-download mods this week by chance?
No. I've done nothing. No.
I'm not, yeah, I was gonna say I'm not gonna say why because I don't want to jinx it, but I just thought I'd ask.
No, I've done nothing with the server at all until literally after the race when I turned it onto this map.
I was more thinking client side.
Oh yes, that's a good point, Mad Dog. I see why you're not saying it.
Yep.
What? Sim dashboard?
Sonoda and Gasly.
I am feeling lost at the moment. What?
What did Sonoda and Gasly have earlier?
A
You
crash?
haven't had that.
No, not yet.
That was why I was asking about the mods.
Yeah.
And I wasn't saying it because I didn't want to jinx it.
Yeah, no, I've had nothing. Nothing. I've done nothing, changed nothing. I'm just, chugging away.
Oh lads, this little forklift is fucking fantastic. I mean, it's technically a telehandler, but still. Like, this is the bomb.
So it gets your approval.
Oh yes. It's just got so many features.
It was actually quite an early mod that came out for this.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, I remember it being. It's within the first 2-3 weeks, if I remember rightly.
Yeah. Because it came out very late in 22, but it got converted over to this and it came out really early.
Now this is it, man. Logistics are us.
That is how we're going to run this map. It's going to be we're just, farmers and truckers. Although I bet I can't say that. Might we might end up incurring a Zancar. Did you say trucks? Can I have my man truck? Gotta have my man truck.
Ah, but it's not in the gaming.
But you know what I mean.
Actually, it is, but they released it as a mod. I just remembered. But it's fine, we can remove that.
I found another reason this is really good. Its front wheels are really far apart, and you can lower the forks down in between them, which makes it really easy to stack pallets vertically. So so you can move multiple pallets at one go. Much easier.
You need some alone time with that.
I was going to say, it's like, you know, if you want, just mute yourself. It's all right. Just check it later. Just make sure you're all right.
Just drink water.
What I'm keeping my eye out for, considering of what we have, if there's ever one that gets released, as in because it sort of like goes jank against the code of the game, is something that allows for partial pallets.
In what sense?
So, in the distribution centre, if you've got something that's not around 1,000, you could just say request all. I'll give you pallets up to the value of goods that you've got, not everything that's mod 1,000 or 2,000 as the case may be, depending on the pallet spec.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that logistics centre could have done with a spout like off of a silo out the side of it as well, just so like when you do have that couple hundred instead of a full pallet, you certain things could be spawned out of it. That is probably the only thing that I would say it's missing.
I would have as a guess that once you start dealing with pallet goods like lettuce, you're automatically tied into anything else that goes in the building has to be a palletized good, like herbicide or lime, and has to obey the same spawn rule.
But it has potatoes. Hence why it has a tipping spot on the side of it.
Yeah, but you only get them out as a pallet. You don't retrieve. That's what I'm saying. Is like, because it deals with some palletized good, everything has to become a palletized good once you put it in there.
Which, technically speaking, because of the farmers market on this goddamn map only accepting palletized goods, that's a good thing. You know, now we can actually, because of distribution network, we can sell to the farmers market anytime we want. Because as soon as it goes to the distribution centre, if we want to sell it, it's going to be on a pallet already. So it's like, yep, fine, load it up, send it away.
It's almost done.
Did you say that 4 needs hoeing as well?
It will do, yes, when I finish seeding it.
Okay.
But I am almost finished, so you could start if you were.
Well, I've still got about 4 passes left to go on 2, so it's just a case of, as I'm here at 2, I just got to sort of like, you know, just move my way next door.
I really wish that Giants put in some wider drills that were direct drills that do both seeds and fertilizer. Because I think the widest you can get is 9 meters, but it's like slower than what we're already running. So by the time you end up going the extra 3 meters wider, you lose what you gain.
Yeah, because it's taking you longer to do it regardless.
Yeah, but it takes you the same amount of time because you lose a bit of your speed, but you gain your width, so it ends up making it your same speed, which really sucks.
Right, so. Stupid-a-doo.
There has been a car accident.
There actually has been.
They're going to be there a while. It's just going to progressively get worse as well, which is going to make it hard to get through.
Yeah, it's a case of, I think that's come back onto the campus on the north gate.
Oh, you bastard. Just drove all this way.
So yeah, both 4 north and 4 south, yeah?
For south is the one that needs it.
Right, okay.
It's the only one that's not already showing.
Okay, I'll just come back onto site then, once I've got around this corner.
I think User's having the time of his life over it.
Yeah, you're just like happy little humming. It's like. So yeah, Mad Dog, if you want to, bud, just you can hand 2 in. Seeing that's finished.
Yep. I'm waiting for the shop to open up so I can buy some more seed. 2, 32 and 77 are all to be handed in, correct?
Yes. Yeah, because they were the little ones I did before on, yeah, so everything can get finished off. That's not a bad little haul.
I mean, I would probably guess that you could probably double that for everything that you've done so far today with having.
Well, today's total contract income has been 76k. I know I've only contributed about 4k to that.
I've done about 18, I want to say. User.
Yeah.
Rice saplings is also at its peak this month. There is 22,000 in there.
Throw it on.
Or do I need to change the output to storing?
Yeah.
Incoming, 22 pallets of it.
Oh no, I may have miscounted. Bollocks. But that ruins the plan. You didn't need to do that. You just made life harder. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Also, they are actually, to be fair, they're going to be a single load. So that's actually, I'm going to do all the
Hang on a
sunflower.
minute.
Yeah. I'm going to do all the sunflower and go and sell the sunflower. Because these are going to need to be single stacked from the size of them. Unless I take them from the side. Actually, that might have been better.
Do you want to know what the miscalculation of this is?
What's the miscalculation?
These are 24 litres a pallet. There is 22,000 litres of them in storage.
Please tell me you're kidding.
No?
Oh yeah, they're 24 pieces.
Yeah.
It might be worth just set it to sell the rest.
I'm setting it to sell now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just keep the saplings going as just passive income.
Well, no, we could just change it to store them up, and then we can set it to empty itself out once, once a year.
Yeah, it's at its peak now, which is the only reason why I mentioned them.
I kind of just assumed everything out of this we were going to get pallets of 1,000.
No, these always were only like 24.
Yeah, you're only going to get pallets as what's originally designed in the game. Hence why it's only 2,000 for fertilizer and herbicide and such like.
Are you just going to do that, laptop?
Yeah, I'm putting them back in.
Cool.
I've started from the end that matters.
There might be a few other things that we'll end up wanting to do that with as well. Just save them up through the year and then... Just because when you sell through there, I don't know if you don't necessarily sell it to the best place,
Well, it's funny you should say that, because if you go to the prices tab, when you click on it, the logistics center actually has its own price. And it's actually the peak, but it's only like 100 above what the current max is, so it's not like it's paying a stupid amount.
Oh, this thing is awesome. You can load the whole trailer from one side. You don't actually have to, drive round.
Did you not realise that?
Well, I knew the forks extended. I didn't realise they extend by the exact width of the trailer.
Also, you should be able to pick up 2 pallets next to each other at the same time. So if all of that came out in 2 rows, you would be able to just pick the other one.
This is good to know.
Okay, looks like just one more pass left on our own, and then that's 4 south done as well. I will go fill up with some go-go juice once I finish this as well.
Yeah, the other tractor needs it as well, but I was like, I'm going to go and do seeds first. And then the shop's closed because it's 12.
Right, okay.
Eating. Oh, I'm going to struggle to fit up there, but I'll try.
Where?
Farmer's Market.
Oh, you'll be fine.
Yeah, it's a full width road, realistically.
Yeah, just swing the corner.
Wait a minute. Mad Dog, can you do me a favour?
What?
Can you get in that truck and see if you can drive?
Have you gone over the weight limit of the truck?
Okay, that's interesting. Wait,
The
stay
engine
there.
wasn't.
No, you
Yes,
know
you
it
can
is.
ride in it.
I think it was when I started it. I was starting the back, not the front.
Yeah, I did move the selection to the truck.
Yeah, that was my cock up. And away we go.
And hey,
With monkeys?
first delivery away from the logistics centre.
I still say we need a mod that repaints that petrol station black and orange.
Because it's going to be that kind of station.
And how much is it going to pay us? A lot.
Wow. Wow.
Like 120k.
Wait, what was that for? What?
The rice saplings. Like 120k we got paid for that.
Yeah, because we'd racked up quite a lot. Because that was basically a year's worth of produce, because we haven't emptied it.
Yep. I think it was actually 2. But they pay good per 1,000 litres, and all you need to do is just add water. So. And that wasn't even really all of it, because there's still a couple of pallets left out.
54. 13 plus 13, 26.
Sweet bejesus.
100k.
Yeah. March has just become very profitable.
But that sunflower oil will be the last of that, pretty much. We'll get a little bit more out that's left processing. But that'll pretty
That's
much
going to be it. Yeah.
I think there's still some sunflowers in the.
There is some. It was basically, I couldn't be asked to make another trip. So I said fuck it and left it for the production point.
And Protagonos, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome to our little madhouse. So out of all that, Dutsvar needed some repair, love.
Yeah. I was going to do it with the trailer, but we were not rolling in cash at the time.
Well, what I'll do is I'll move the Dutsvar out of the way. Stop. Engine off. I'll get in the Valtra and I will do similar sort of things.
Okay. Can you throw a bag of seed into the seeder as well, please?
Yeah, I'll get turned around and in. Let's. Oh, the seeder only needed a tiny bit of repair.
Yeah, I think this is the first real year we've used it.
Yeah.
Rice. Saplings. What? They're now set to distributing, so they can stock back up.
P. Objects. Big bags will do. So, just a bag of seed, yeah?
Guys, I don't know
Bag of
how
seed,
many.
bag of seed. What we need is a bag of seed.
Just one, yeah? Just 1,000
Please.
litres. Right. Right. Okay, we've done that. Was a bag of seed bought.
I have come back, so
No worries. I'll
Thank
take
you.
I'll take the dirts and go get it washed off. Actually. Da-ba-do, do-do-ba-do. Yeah, coming in Northgate. And then at Newlands. Da-da-da, da-da-da. There we go. Come down for a clean because she's a bit dirty.
Where did we say we were going to house Chimkin?
Chimkin was going up on Old Farm.
Old Farm.
On the ex rice fields.
Oh yeah, we don't own the lower ones at the beginning.
No, we sold them back for.
But if I install some initial Chimkin housing on the upper one. And we can put more down the lower one later, as we see fit. Right, we have our first chimkin coop.
With no custom pen.
With no custom pen. Because I'm building a custom pen right now.
Be careful.
It's not that bad.
It can be. Sometimes you can get to it a little bit too long, so you can't quite make the last bit of fencing into your to actually like finish it.
Oh. What yours doing? Okay, well I'm here.
Congratulations, we now have a custom chicken coop.
How many does it hold?
Well, that's what I'm trying to work out. I might have to go and visit it.
Where?
Because it starts as 360.
755.
That's not bad. So now we need chimkin.
Yes.
There you go, cleaned off.
There you go.
I'll go put the pressure washer away.
Do we have any chimkin food at the minute?
Currently, no. But the coop's built, so we know we can start filling it as soon as we get chimkin food, which will be the barley that we can harvest in June.
I don't want to talk about eating.
Ooh, so our oats needs lime and rolling.
Yeah, we can't do lime now because it's been seeded and we do not have a lime spreader currently, or rollers.
The oats
True.
isn't desperate though. The oats is just like it was something to do in the field for a couple of months, you know.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
funnily,
all ours do.
that
Yeah.
will be harvestable in July, so that will work quite nicely.
Yeah, everything's saying lime and rolling. But at least we've got a plus 8% yield out of things as it stands right now. And technically, 3 is going to be ready before 4 north. Because it's one growing stage ahead. gonna say you may as well leave the weight next to the hoe as well.
Okay.
So what else we got? I'll borrow on that. I'll go do some stone picking.
So, theoretical question, right?
Yes.
Chimkin was the next sort of big thing we wanted to get plopped down, yeah?
Yeah, that's what we want to start. Yeah, start with.
Where are we going post Chimkin?
Before we discuss that, Ian,
Yes.
your contract finished. It is no longer in the top right, and when you look in the thingies, it says it's completed.
Oh yeah, so it does. Guess what? I'm gonna collect on it.
Yep. I just didn't want you to waste your time driving up there if it wasn't.
Yeah.
Probably going to let you do it.
Yeah, no, that's kind of fine. We'll go with that. It's giving us £3 for nothing. Right, hold that thought, cause I'm gonna hit Burb, cause I will be Burb, but we will see where we're gonna go post Chimkin. So, in a second.
Have you checked on the oaks? Which is just nothing because we haven't progressed that far.
On the what, sorry?
The oaks, the trees.
Oh yeah, they won't be going. They take a year to grow, I think, or two.
Yeah. Well, one thing I will say about them is we're going to need the sawmill. I mean, you can get the cheap 36k one, but it's crap. It's slow.
See, also 36k oil mill.
Yeah.
Well, this is why I was asking, because what I was thinking is, potentially, we might want to get our hands on one of the production buildings. And my first thoughts were either the oil mill, because you could just plant canola and have canola oil, or the grain mill, and then we can take wheat and stuff and mill it into flour.
But buying the productions isn't as important now because we can just lease them. So maybe more land should be the short term.
Maybe.
Because if we can't run, if we bought, say, the oil mill, if we can't run it all year round, then it's just wasted.
Exactly, it's not worth it, yeah.
Well, hello there.
Hello.
Right. So, yeah. What do we go with next?
As a suggestion, Field 9.
Let's have a butchers.
Because we're about 60k short of buying it anyway. But it's wheat. It's fully fertilized. And I don't think it has any weeds in it at the minute. I was going to say 8, but
there's now in
it's...
It's empty because I've just done it.
there is something in it. But it's peas.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah, which I figured at least wheat we can combine, and it's already planted and whatever for us. So we just need to just buy it at some point before harvest.
So yeah, so like you say, what, 60 grand?
Yeah,
62
basically.
grand. 62 grand.
Because as we were talking when you went burp,
Mhm.
we could buy something like the oil mill, the grain mill, but if we can't run it all year round, then we might as well just lease it.
Yeah. Yeah, because that leasing was effective.
As my
Yeah.
math goes, to run I think it would be the grain mill for 1 year, we need a yield of around 120,000 litres. Which basically should be the combined output of fields 4 and 9, I think. Roughly. Based on how much we got in sunflower from it. It might be 4, 9 and 8 yet.
Okay. Now then, just to throw things, just asking for a friend. What do we need to get sorted with regards to cement or anything like that for the temple?
The stone thingy that you got to place, which is expensive.
Yeah.
The debris crusher, it's called. That is 99k.
Yeah.
And the
Sawmill to make wood.
Well, yeah, you got the sawmill for wood, but I'm looking specifically for the cement factory, which is 370k.
Right. Okay.
So
Just
basically 500,000 for the two of them.
Right. Yeah, I was just like, obviously we've got, wood started because little new forest on 40. Yeah.
Yep.
Um.
And you'd probably want the 150k sawmill, or the one on the map. The sawmill's up north in the trees.
Oh yeah, it's that one there, isn't it?
Wait a minute. You know how you said the debris crusher is 90 odd grand?
Yeah, 99.
Wasn't there a smaller one?
No, not that I know of. There's a stone crusher, which is the lime production, but I don't believe there is a
There is a
smaller.
debris crusher where you sell stone. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, because, right, so if I'm understanding this, the debris crusher is not something you put into, it just gives you stubborn when you...
Yes.
Okay.
Because you need stone for cement and roof tile slating.
As I said, the only reason for the question was basically so we can work out where we want to bring this in on future planning. I'll be honest with you, I'll agree with 9 to keep that up as, we will just keep it going as wheat. Or if we can get 2 crops out of the pair of them per year, then that would be even better. Sort of thing.
Because what we realistically just need is money.
Yeah.
So, how do we invest for money? The easiest answer is probably work towards one of the better output products. So you can do bakery and make a cake. Or we could do cereal factory and make cereal. But to bake cakes, we're going to need strawberries, we're going to need milk. We're going to
If
need...
I'll say if memory serves, the cereal meal or cereal, whatever it is, requires honey, and honey is a pain in the ass to get.
Yeah.
There is a mod that we have on here that I believe gives better output, but it's still slow. The vanilla ones are crap.
Yeah. So the ones we've got, the beehive that we've got at the moment, it's that mod's worth that we need to be looking at, isn't? I would believe.
Because the biggest limitation on the bakery is that you need sugar from the sugar mill, which means
Sugar bean.
So that would be fun.
But the good thing about the sugar mill is, one, takes ages to process it because you get so much, and two, it lasts forever.
Oh shit! That beehive that we put down, or did it just come with the farm? Might have just come with the farm.
I think it comes with it.
Yeah, because that's a standard vanilla one.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure we just never got around to changing it because it was never a high priority because we didn't have the money.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if there's a spawn point put down. Oh, there is.
But what I might do, have you found the existing spawn point mapped up
For
the honey?
honey. Yeah.
Do you want to get rid of that? And I'll pop one by the logistics warehouse at the same time. So that then it's all going to come over this way.
I don't know if there's a limit on the range that the honey pallets spawn from here.
Well, we could do with building some bees by the new farm anyway.
Yeah. I mean, maybe do the biggies by the modded ones by the farm, and then do a spawn point over there.
You're
and if
only
it says
allowed one spawn per farm, so I'm going to guess it has like map radius.
hopefully. I've moved the pallet away, so if you want to delete it, you can.
Yeah.
I've just put the pallet next to the mushroom tent because I'm not going to make a trip up here for 300 litres of honey.
So if I'm clever about it actually, if I pop it really close to the input for the warehouse, it will probably just suck itself straight in.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Don't get too close with it. Just, you know.
It doesn't take 2 seconds to use something to just push it over.
Yeah.
I'll just plop it. Just plop it there so it's out the front.
I mean, like, considering like we've had probably that honey thing since the start of the save, we have 364 litres.
What have we just planted in for?
Oats.
Right.
Right, we have bees. So they should be helping out with boosting pollination.
Right, I'm seeing nothing that goes like an opposite crop to oats.
What you mean to plant after they're done?
Yeah.
The barley? Or
Canola.
the canola? Yeah. Because our oats will be harvestable in the first month, so July.
Yeah, but what I'm meaning is, I was thinking, unless we're going to make it so it's just once per year. We get two out of it this year because it was fallow, but once per year then.
Yeah,
Oh,
most
so
fields will be once a year.
Yeah, I was just seeing if there's anything that we could try, not so much cheese, but try and scam, 2 crops out of it, sort of thing. So the fact they've got oats in and it'll be ready July, if there's anything in August that could get later, but there really is not. Right. So, as we have to potentially spend to make, I know we've just put the chickens down now. Do we want to try and get 9 now, sort of thing?
We've currently got no food for them.
No, field 9.
Oh, field done.
I feel that's a question for the logistics centre. Running.
We are currently money short anyway.
I know,
So
That's why
it's
he's
like-
asking.
but we are basically, unlike every other farm, basically known to man, we're in the black, with the exception of the truck that we just put on finance. So it's a case of, do we 60 grand invest it so we get the wheat now, or secure the
We've got-
wheat for harvesting, or do
We've got time before harvest, so it's not a need to buy
Critical.
now.
Right, okay then.
When's it going to be harvested?
Wheat is harvest time July, August.
July.
Because in the meantime, we are sitting on some lettuce, which we could sell off. If we sell it off now, we actually make good money, not peak money, but good money. We are also sitting on some enoki mushrooms, which again, if
Then-
we sell them off now, good money, not peak money.
Yeah, they were like 40 per 1,000 litres, 40, whatever you want to say, per thing.
So yeah, lettuce is
Because if we dump them now, like I said, they won't peak again. Both of them will not peak again
till
until January.
Yeah,
So if we dump them now, get what we can, they've got 10 months to fill back up ready for January.
and it's basically load up and sell at the farmers market is like best money for. Although
I
demand
feel-
is going down. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, I feel like if we just leave it and just leave the stuff that's in the thing, we can make, what was it,
We can make
60k?
80K.
Yeah, like 60 to 80k next month, probably, and then buy the field. Like, it's not a, we need to do it now.
Okay. Well, to be honest with you, there's, as far as contracts go, we're kind of like shit out of luck with what's there right now. There's one fertilizer
I know.
contract and everything's deadwood or wood transport. So is it a case, shall we just call time on March and go for a 6 o'clock start in... Why did this happen? Who did it?
I'm gonna quickly speed time up to 3 o'clock because hopefully it will spawn some more contract.
Well, we now got a popper. There's popper on the bar. Doesn't seem to have done anything. We're about
Nope,
to say.
it did not.
So, and to be honest with you, Deadwood is not really paying well either. So
They're good for quick contracts, but they're not amazing.
yeah. So yeah, let's go. We can go to April. See what April brings.
Okay.
We're gonna go for a 6 o'clock start.
Because I'm assuming them is going to be some seeding contracts.
Maybe, kinda, sorta. Right.
I'll wait for that to update now. Because it's a lot of seeding this month for a lot of rock group crops.
So this was the last month for the $8.5 grand, because that did just come out.
Okay. Well, that and the new finance would have kicked in
Yeah.
as well.
So yep, definitely a clear day. And we've got
Not from up here, it's not. Like down there, it looks clear because I can see it on your stream. When you're stood up here, you actually see the blanket of fog.
Oh, I see that blanket of fog over there.
Yeah, it's even over here.
Alright, okay. Right, come on then. Let's have a look what we are.
It hasn't updated. Or it might have, because there's now 5 with transports.
I'm thinking I might not stay on much longer because I need to repair the sleep schedule.
That's what tomorrow's
Seeing
for.
as there's been. No, I've got to get in advance because I've got to get up at 4 a.m. Tuesday to do the airport run.
Hoeing has just turned up on 36.
So if we feel like taking on some debt, we could get one of the self-propelled harvesters for turnips and carrots and potatoes.
Is that what's on the cheap shop at the moment?
Yeah. A Terra DOS 5-40.
Yeah.
Excuse me, pup. Silly
But
little
considering
dog.
they're aiming for a field, I feel like it might.
So,
Go and be productive.
so 36 from where we are is Oh yeah, that one pallet of mushrooms just by the side of the
Yep.
field.
It was in the middle of the field, but I figured it was better off just pushing it to one side.
That's 35. Wrong one. Next.
Right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna force myself to go to bed.
Was
I know. It's just. Oh. I'm such a terrible person. I need to take back control of my life.
who are you kidding?
Whoever said you're in control of it in the first place?
True. Welcome to the Truman Show. Right, I'll catch you guys later.
Bye.
In a bit. So, we go ahead with that, press the downside of that. And we'll go around the corner. Yep.
My current thought process is if I do enough of these, it will pay the finance each month.
Yeah, that is a true statement. And even though it was an expensive one this month, it's only £6.5 for the next 5 months.
Yeah. There is another small hoeing contract that's like £2,000. Down at field 29. Back in a sec.
No worries. So, as I'm going to spend all my time effectively doing field maintenance. Yoink, come on. There we go. Easy.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. There is a 8.5k hoeing contract on field 43. Are you interested?
Yeah, may as well take both of them actually, because then, you know, let's get all the cash in. Do 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 do.
I don't understand.
What's that?
There is now 16,000 litres of rice saplings in the storage thing.
I thought they were on a sell thing.
No, I put it back to storing because it sold them all.
Yeah.
There was about 300 litres left over that were a couple of pallets that I later put in. But now that we have slept overnight, there is now 16,000 litres in there, which doesn't make sense.
What's the tick rate on those sapling sheds we've got?
It's only one that we have.
No,
We've only got one that produces rice saplings, which is the things that we're talking about. It produces allegedly 48 cycles a month. And it says it takes 3 water to 1 rice sapling. There is 1,700 litres of water in there out of 2,000. So at most, it could have only produced 100 saplings since it was last filled. So I don't understand why that's there.
Well, we've got 16,000 units.
Yes.
Strange.
Which also begs the question, what happens if I set them to sell again?
Go for it. I would say that we'll get the money for it. Of which,
Yes.
if that's what it's given us, then we'll take it.
Well, I briefly changed it to storing and it spawned 7 pallets. So if we get another bump in money, I'm going to be thoroughly... because something is sketching out. I've done the impossible.
There's been no bump in cash.
It hits at 7. It's top of the hour.
Alright.
But I've also just accidentally thrown a pallet and it's now stuck to a trailer and it doesn't move. There we go. So the bump should happen about now. Yep, we've got a bump in cash again.
$90K.
Yeah. Which now, if I put that back onto storage so that we can save it for next year, because the price of them shouldn't have been bad, but they shouldn't have been good. Apparently that's sold at 6,157 a litre per 1,000 litres. Which is about what it sold for last month. And then we go back to rice saplings. Set to distributing. There is currently 1 rice sapling, for the record, in storage. Uh, 17 and 33 have also come up for hoeing.
Go on, stick 'em on.
and field 12 has come up for weeding, and I'm going to borrow the items for that.
Fair. Yeah, I'm just on my way up to 43 at the moment. And then I'll go do 43, then go down to 17. And then I can get 29 and 33 because they're next door to each other. That's Old Farm.
And I'm doing 12 because it's a large field. Pays well.
Yep. Don't blame me on that one. Right, I'll go down, start in this corner. Just about there. Right.
Yeah, it's 88 grand we made from that selling of products. Which is weird.
So, get down to there. Stop. Right. Oh, no, go. That's it.
I love the fact that you've got a hoer and a weeder that do basically the same job.
I was going to say, does this pottinger also go for small weeds as well?
Yes.
Sweet.
Like, the Pottinger does small and medium, as the Weeders, like the one that I've got, just does small. And the one that I'm using at the minute is like 24 meters wide, as the one that you're using is 12.4. But you're twice the speed that I am. So it ends up being the same ground covering again.
Something I'm going to do, most probably post stream, is because as much as nice as I do it was, I've hardly used Sim Dashboard. Even though going running next to me at the moment, hardly used it. So I'm thinking we'll take that off. Which then also means we're back to being every mod being a mod hub.
Yep. Until the next one comes out. I love how where my tractor is at the minute is so foggy that I can barely see it.
For me, the fog bank is like, it's just over there. It's there. It's not here, but it's there.
Yeah. I was watching some YouTubers play this map, and like the field 27, which is at the old farm, that is literally all year round 24/7 in fog for them. And it even got to the stage where one of the guys actually went as far as finding what the console command was to raise the fog level, so it actually lifted it above the map or under the map so that he didn't have fog. Because, you know, it's not a great viewing experience when you can't see anything.
True.
When you're trying to make a video. I imagine it's a bit like driving through the Lake District and saying, "Wow, look at that view," and there's a bank of fog.
It's not usually fog. It's clouds. It's just straight up clouds.
Well,
It's like, look at those mountains. Yeah, the cloud covers that low. It's covering the tops of them. You don't see the tops of the mountains. You look up, you see a bit of hill, and then cloud. That's it.
it's starting. No, it's gone. Fine.
That's why it makes me laugh when Simple goes, "Oh, clouds are always so high." He's like, "You're never going to go through them." He's like, "Bitch, please go through them on a regular basis. Drive over Dunmail. You go through cloud."
I can't say I have that problem because I'm on the coast and it's just flat. I actually probably get the other problem with it, where if I do have like a dip, that's where it's filled with fog because of the fact that it's all just settled in there.
Yeah. So by the time I've done this hoeing contract, shall we buy Field 9?
If not by yours, by mine, yes. Because mine's like 20 grand.
I've already got one for handing in so far, so...
I feel like as long as we have about 40 grand left over, we should be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, 40 to 50k working capital, I think, is a happy medium to go with. Because let's be true, it's not as if we're racked up with loan repayments, as in masses of them.
Well, we don't have a loan, we just have finance.
We just have that one finance agreement now, yeah, for 6.5k, because we bought a truck.
I really want to go back to the logistics hub and see if the saplings have reappeared. That's what I'm going to do, just because of the percentage that I'm on.
Time to stop. Nice.
Nope, they haven't.
So that was literally an overnight tick's worth then?
Maybe. I don't think it should have been. Because it only holds 2,000 litres of water. And it uses 3 water per 1 sapling. So even if you said it held 3,000 litres of water, it should only produce 1,000 saplings, and it apparently produced 16,000. Which is why I find that a bit hard to believe. It was probably some desinky shit. Similar to those bales of your.
Right. I was going down to 17 next.
There is only one spreader on this game that can do lime. So I know what to buy in the near future.
Yeah. And because of the size of some of our smaller fields, maybe a mid-sized roller.
There's only... Well, actually, no, I think the mods on here, there might be more than one, but... two, even. There is. But you might as well buy the fat ones and the other ones.
Why, what widths have we got?
When I turn, I will tell you, because it'll make you laugh. Because if memory serves, that is a Giants mod, and the pricing does not match what it should be. So the three rollers you've got is the 12.3, the 24.3, and the 27.7. And they range from 46,500 to 140,500. Now, which ones do you think would be the logical ones?
It's going to be for 140,000 for the 12.5 metre one. Because it's just going to be something stupid like that.
It is like stupid like that, but it is not the 12.5 metre one. So it's the 12.3 metre ones are the 46,500. The 27.7 metre one, which also goes 1 miles an hour faster than the other two, is 115,000. And the 24.3 is 140,500, and that is a Giants mod. Because it was actually vanilla in 22 as well. Not Vanilla Plus.
Which is what we're playing at the moment.
Yeah. And it gets even a step funnier. The 27.7 metre ones require 275 horsepower. The 24.3 requires 350.
Okay.
So you require 75 more horsepower to pull something that's like 3 metres less. And costs you like 25 grand more. But in all seriousness, I'd probably go with the 115,000 one. Which is the big ones, which is the 27 metre ones. But our fields are not going to be small anymore. It's a bit like the ferret spreaders. They're just stupid as well. Because you've got the Brendel K105, which is the one that does both lime and fertilizer. If you put the 6 metre spreading unit extension on it, that adds an extra 8,000. But it also goes from being 24 metres to 30. And that only applies to fertilizer, it doesn't apply to lime. The lime is still narrower. I'm going to field 41 now for my next big lime contract. So what I might do before the next time we play this is have a look and see if there's any other line spreaders that we can find to add to the game. Right, back in a sec.
And drop it onto that.
Right.
Squad, welcome back. And turn it, turn it, turn it, and go. Oh, stop, 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 stop. There we go. H. No, not that one. That one.
Otherwise, sometimes that GPS just needs a kick in the nuts.
I'm going to regret doing this, but I'm going in towards town to get back to 2933. I'm going to regret this. I know I am.
I think if you come along the top row, you're fine because I think the one way goes that way.
Yeah. Yes, it does. So pro it is. Right. Yay, more fog. Yay.
You're coming up on the field that I was referring to
Yes.
as well. It's the one field on the map that you can guarantee will be foggy.
Right, okay. Let's reverse up. And stop.
Seeing as it's a bit more quiet now, I might as well unmute it and ask rather than type.
Yeah.
How comes it's not like retexturing the field? What is that job actually doing?
This hoeing, it's basically medium weeding. So I'm just
It's
hoeing
what,
the
sorry?
field. I'm hoeing the field.
Weeding.
Yeah, it's
Right.
basically medium weeding.
Right. I play with Alex, so I have weeds turned off, crop destruction turned off, basically everything turned off. All I
Yeah.
can do, I've come to the conclusion, is plant grass, because there's at least a small possibility that by the time I get back to the farm, the grass might still be in a condition to be harvested, or might have gone through a full cycle and be ready, because everything else, he tries to do something and then it gets dark, so he sleeps for a couple of hours and then wakes up and it's still dark, so he sleeps again and then again, and it's like, you've just wasted 4 months. Any crops we had planned to harvest, they're long dead. But yeah, the joys of playing with a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
Buying every tractor he can, and yeah, I say, abandoning them somewhere between the shop and the farm. But yeah, I've not seen that bit of kit.
So yeah, I'll say it's just literally the hoeing part of it, which, as you can see, it's actually not bad money for what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those, because it doesn't retexture, it's one of those annoying jobs. So all I'm actually going by is the GPS trace of
Yeah.
which line have I already done.
If the growth was in its first stage and it actually had the visible weeds there, then you would see the texture change.
doop. Oh, this is the first time I've come back up and looked at it. Nice little chicken coop.
Yes.
Right, don't want to get too close because that's our field.
Rather miss a bit on the edge of your field than fuck up the edge of mine.
Yeah, because there's actually crop destruction on everything.
Oh.
Trying to. We are well. We are well. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's just a case of, you know, we're in the eternal damnation of trying to make more money. Because we've got a temple to build, so we've got to make more cash. So, and because I am a completionist, oh, very much so. This is why we run this as a post F1 game. You know, we watch the F1, then we just come and chill with something a little bit slower.
I am currently doing 7 miles an hour.
You speed demon, you.
I know.
Right, so that was 29. Let's just launch it off the side. It's fine. Let's see what we've got. Roadside is going to be the best side to start with. So that is what we shall do. We can do this. We can do this. There we go. Not smacking on anything. Right, come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. On. There we go. We'll have a bit of that. Drop that. And we will drive. Do. But I swear to God, this thing has, just in like last month and this month alone, this hoe has paid for itself now.
Easily.
Right, so we go away from that. Yep. That line. No, that line. Do as you're told.
Yes, sir.
Raise that up. Stop. And that goes back to that. Go on. Headland's done. Sweet. Right. Come on. Next one. There. So what was it that... No, we don't have that mod. That's fine. I was there thinking, what? After how many hours is this thing going to start cutting out? But we don't have that switched on.
No, that's not out yet.
No, not yet. So, play many mods or select a few or no mods? Right, a few. To be fair, there is a large number of mods on this server of ours. However, they're basically everything that's been released by Giants. So technically we're playing Vanilla Plus. So it's like Giants vehicles and that lot since they've released them. We've got that. We do have some quality of life stuff on here as well. And a select few others. But predominantly we're a, as I say, best way to describe it is a Vanilla Plus server. Just purely on the basis of, you know, as Giants go, oh, we've added this to the mod club, blah blah blah. It's like, well, if it's by Giants, we'll take it. So it's not too OP, basically. But there is, you know, sort of like little quality life stuff, like, you know, horse care, for example. Realistic refueling, which is the bane of some of these guys' lives, because it does not refill quick. Realistic fuel consumption. So the fuel consumption rate goes at the speed rate of how you're playing the game. And other little things like that, just to say, quality of life.
You know how many mods, and I'm assuming this is going to include DLCs, we actually have on the server?
No.
116.
Okay. So just a few then.
Just a few.
Just a few. Because I did delete what we're not using, with the exception of the roper.
Yeah.
As I say, realistically, yeah, not too bad. You know, it's not as like, you know, got 6,500 mods running which coerce and, you know, kill every part of the game. But, you know, just enough to make it interesting and touch more playable.
Variety.
Yeah. So if I pull into there for a second. Press that. Hoeing. I might as well complete all of these.
Just do your hoeing ones.
Yeah, that's all I was going to do.
Lethal.
Yeah, that's all I was going to do. Just the hoeing.
Can I mute this while I nip out for a smoke?
Yeah, no worries, man. And collect again. Sweet. So what's that put us to? 262. So we need about another 30k, roughly.
For
just to put us at our 50k, sort of like, you know,
yeah,
contingency funding.
I think mine will put us there. I think I'm about 30k, 35k in contract.
Yeah, because there's 2 more weeding for 4 grand each.
You might be able to do them with that,
Small weeds.
which that does do.
Right, for now, I'm just going to take 34, seeing them like here, and let's just see what it does.
Yep.
So I'll go down to 34.
Back in 1 sec.
No worries. I know I'm on the wrong side of the road, but it's fine. Alright, so here I am at 34. Let's just see if this does as intended. There we go, so let's... There you go, that's the trace set. No, I didn't want to necessarily load it straight away, so come on, let's get the unfold done. We'll lower it. Oh, that's working a treat. That'll do. So, small and medium weeds, we are covered.
I guess that was a yes, then it did let you.
Oh yes, because we're on 25% done, so that is very much yay. So,
47 has popped up for humming as well. Would you like it?
may as well. Let's keep this cash flow coming in for this month. Something I was just randomly thinking. We may want to start planning in to get another dudes for or a class something this sort of size as a third working tractor. As we're going to end up like more fields what we're doing and needing something with a bit of grunt of our own fields.
You are correct. The one thing I will say to that is we kind of lack the implements to need a third at the minute.
Is that definitely going to be the thinking on it? Is that definitely going to be the case once we get to harvest season? Just when it comes to, like, you know, post actual harvesting, you know, doing the rest of it.
Well, in the harvest season, it's you got one driving the combine, one yanking a trailer around. And typically you don't seed around then. When you do OSR, you do.
But we've got bales to also get rid of at that same time out of all that lot.
But that's still only 3 people, 2 tractors and a combine.
I suppose.
The time it does come in is when, after you've done the baling, picking it up. But by then, the one that's running the trailer back and forth is for unloading the combine isn't doing that anymore. So that frees up that tractor that would have been in use is no longer in use. So then it becomes in use again by picking up the bales.
Yeah, okay.
But like when it comes to like seeding and planting stuff, you're going to have fertilizing. You're going to have seeder, roller. So that's 3 jobs that can be done all at the same time.
34 if you want to. As a weeding, you can hand that in.
Okay. I spy a swampy.
I do spy a swampy. On the U of the tubes. Wow, somebody's on the U of the tubes. Oh, yeah, no, that's the lamppost and that was a car. Never mind. We're good.
Fairly good bounced off.
Yeah. So I was just looking at that damage meter. It's not that bad. It's all good. Yo, Oswin, how you doing, man? Welcome in. How you doing? Right. Ow. Goddamn post. I swerved many times before I hit it. Right, I'm going out to 47. So that way. Yeah, brakes. There we go. Might as well go past the yard and go cut right across the middle. Past Newlands. Our logistics empire. As it is. Womp. And we'll get up to 47. Yep. On north side of the road from 42. Right, got ya. This cash just keeps going up and up and up. I like. There we go.
Haven't even had it in the big two yet.
Okay. Unload. Come on. Do the thing. Done the thing. Get it. Ah. Right, so we are a bit forward like that. That's cool. Just do a back up. Go. Do.
You know what I dislike about Giants' thought process?
Go on.
You can do hoeing contracts with a hoe and weeding contracts most of the time with a hoe, but you can only do weeding contracts with a weeder. You can only do hoeing contracts with a hoe.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to hand in the weeding ones.
Shall we get it for ourselves then?
Number 9.
Yeah, may as well.
Yeah. I'll buy it now.
Yeah, let's add that to the Empire. And it's like we say, still with 65 grand in pocket.
Yeah, I just sort of felt like user just turned in his sleep and went, someone spent money that I didn't do.
Yeah. Well, you see, go to sleep and leave. You know, you miss out on all the fun stuff, like, you know, buying shit.
It's the very definition of you snooze, you lose.
Yeah. But as I say, at least we've got that wheat harvest to go at in a few months. I'm thinking on it, so with it being wheat, we can lease the mill again. Lease the grain mill. And take our goodies there.
Yep, store the straw for the infinite stacking of that.
Yep. I say we can buy chickens once the barley is harvested. Seeing it's kind of pointless at the moment, so we've got nothing to feed them.
Yep.
So yeah, wait for the barley harvest. Once that's done, we've got feed for LaChucks. And maybe not even max fill that thing, because what is it? What did you say it was? 330 odds we can have in there?
It was a lot.
It's a lot of chicken. It'll keep Colonel Sanders busy for a while.
It was my partly what I was mentioning with the mod that I posted the other day, which was basically as your when you reach max of it, it just sells the excess chicken, so you basically get constant like a tick through every few months.
Yeah.
It holds 755.
Wow. So what I'm thinking is we get one rooster in there. It's gonna be one happy rooster, to be fair. We'll get one rooster in there and then a couple of chickens. I think we will add the sort of like automatic excess sell of animals, because that seems, because then that means essentially it can just throughput itself.
Yeah.
It can get itself up to max size, and then once it hits max, you end up getting extra bits of cash off it. If I'm understanding right on how that potential mod works.
Yep.
Right. I'm down with that. I'm totally down with that. That works in my head. Because that then also does for... That's not just for chickens, that's for all animal... All animals in game, yeah?
Yep.
Brilliant. So, if, as and when we do go cow... Then
I'd honestly say go water buffalo.
same difference, but yeah.
Weirdly, no.
I know you get different products out of water buffalo than you do from cows, but yeah, but still same difference. Because ultimately, then you know we're going to be selling excess buffalo when the time comes. Right, raise that. Close it up. Stubby-dubby-doo. Right, what else have we got going on? Because I really wish Giants hadn't done that. Because that's Katie Hoey. Oh. Oh. Could be a while.
Yep.
But at that sort of money, I really can't pass that up.
No, you can't.
As I drive by Little New Forest, my new forest, our little saplings.
Yeah.
I really could have cut through the compound, but stuff it. Well, that's a sign. Nobody saw that. It's all good.
Cool.
Exactly. Stupido. So
I can't remember what the exact ratio is, and there isn't one on the map, so I can't look it up. But like for buffalo milk, at its peak, is like 7,000 per 1,000 liters.
oof.
But if you send it through a dairy and make mozzarella, which is kind of slow but not,
Yeah.
you get 14,700 per 1,000 liters.
What buffaloes it is then? We will have the buffalo.
Because I'm pretty sure it's a better ratio than 2-1.
And so it begins.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Hey, I've ploughed this field before today. It's good. We can do this.
I've been slowly making a wish list as we play through today. Or things that we're missing. Is probably a better way of looking at it.
Yeah. Are you
Because
seeing?
like I put on, I was gonna say I put on the lime and ferret spreader, and which one it was with the extension. I've put on there the concrete and roof tile production stuff, and how much that costs.
Yeah, because we're gonna need that somewhere eventually.
I've added your third tractor you said about onto the list. A water tanker for the lorry, or just tanker for the lorry.
We've got that already, though.
We
Oh,
have
no,
a tanker,
we have a
but
tanker.
it's for
Yeah.
and it holds 8,000 liters, I think, of water, and like the big greenhouses hold 40,000.
Right.
But they take a while to fill up if you don't keep on top of them. I was incorrect. It was 6,100 liters. This thing holds.
There we go. Well, there we go. We're at 11% done already. I haven't even got right round 3 sides yet. 12%. Just all of that. It's fine. It's all good. Although, I'm going to make the declaration now, just so they're aware, that once this field is done, that's going to be it for this evening's stream. So, we'll get this completed, but then I'm going to call it.
Okay. That was sort of why I was only accepting one of the wheeling contracts at a time before, because I was just like, well, I don't know how long you're going to go for, so I'll just do one at a time.
Yeah, well, basically, fill your boots for as much as you think it's going to take me to get 7 done, basically.
Yeah, I'm just doing housekeeping.
Go. Come on. You got the right one. There we go.
If I remember on my next trip over to fill up the greenhouse, I will pick up that mushroom pallet that's just randomly sat there.
was just sitting there minding its own business, just going happy as the day.
Yeah. I am thoroughly disappointed we haven't had a twist to come through yet, though.
There's still time. We're only in our 3rd year.
I've seen some saves have 1 or 2 a year. Which is why I'm a little bit disappointed that we haven't had at least one. Just to go and see. It doesn't have to be special, it's just to see.
To see, it's a twister! We got cows!
I think I killed chicken.
Yes, that chicken did fly.
Yeah. At what point is flying and gliding?
Well, if the chicken had flapped its wings, it would have been flying. Even though it was assisted by other things. If it had flapped its wings to add its own power, then it would have been flying. If it just held out its wings to take, you know, the surrounding air, and only that, not provided any further power, that would then be gliding. That's your definition.
But if it's flapping its wings and it's not going upwards,
but it's still providing its own power, so therefore flying. Doesn't matter
so
when it's
by
actually.
that argument,
So therefore, it doesn't matter if it's actually going upwards downwards. It's providing some of its own power.
don't mind the pallet on my head, by the way.
Yeah, it's all right. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Bye.
I need something flat for it to go on. But does that mean if I jump off of a building and then flap my arms, I'm flying?
No, because your arm is not a wing.
When you're in water and you're swimming, it is basically a big flipper, which is a type of wing.
No, a flipper is for propelling you through water. It is not a wing.
But dolphins have flippers and they fly when they jump out of the water.
No, they just jump. They don't fly. They jump and go straight back into the water again. Funny enough, at 1 meter per second. Well, actually, at 0.98 meters per second. But let's not get pedantic about the state of gravity, eh? 1 meter per second.
Let's not get pedantic about that. But you know, we're going with what's a wing and what's not. And... I would still argue that chicken was maybe gliding, but it was not flying.
It wasn't flying, it was falling with style. Copyright
It was
Buzz
falling
Lightyear.
with it was falling with a direction in mind. All that was missing was when it landed, just to make a sound that sounded like "oh cluck." That was literally the only way it could have been better.
Also, if anyone's actually now wondering, thinking what these two prattling on about, it's Twisters. Impromptu movie night in Discord last night. It was Twisters. There was a chicken in a tornado and it landed. So that's why we're discussing, you know, when is it flying and when is it gliding. That's the whole and only reason.
Chicken, tornado, chicken-nado.
Chicknado. But what happened if a chicken ate a shark? In Sharknado.
Death. I'm not sure which I'd be scared of. chickens in a tornado or sharks?
What about a killer rabbit? A great big sharp pointy teeth.
Well, my thought process here is Hot Shots Part 2 with Charlie Sheen, and he has his arrow and he runs out of arrows, and so he uses a chicken.
Yeah.
So hundreds of thousands of chicken. So, arguably, like, chickens in a tornado would be worse than sharks.
On that reason alone.
This conversation took a really sharp turn to the left.
Very did.
I'm not even sure how we got there.
It was you. You asked the gliding question.
Yeah, but I don't remember why I asked the gliding question. Like, I'm sure there was a reason for it, but I can't remember what it was.
Well, let's put it this way, whatever it was, it most probably was a lie in any case, so...
It was not cake.
Oh, why was it cake?
On the plus side, the rice saplings have not reappeared until we sleep. The other thing that gets me about that, other than the fact that it's just physically impossible based on their own numbers, the sunflower oil did not reappear.
It's going to be a case of we'll see what turns up next month.
Yeah.
And if we've got the same amount again, then we just got to have to accept that we've actually found a way to grow, you know, synthetic rice
Money?
saplings. Yeah. AKA
We
money.
have found the money tree. I've also refilled that with water, so it's going to be a fair test. I also love the fact that tonight we have said, like, fruit crops, just hard pass, no, not doing blah blah blah. But when it came to, like, carrots, when the game first came out, we were like, yeah, we'll try it. that it wanted to deliver it in pallets, and we couldn't put it in pallets. Because, game hate though.
Alright, I might do some, after I finish this field, I might do some admin stuff myself because I'm down to half a tank of juice with working what I've done today.
And you've already filled that today.
Yeah, that was a full tank when I started this morning.
So field 13th popped up. It's a hoeing contract.
All joking apart, I'm still saying I'll just clean and refill this, because then when it comes to next week, oh, it's Easter Monday. Should we do this tomorrow?
If you want. If you're having the urge to play it, why not?
Yeah, we could do. Just carry on with this and just do the things and stuffs.
We could even start earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, so yeah, we only started, as I say, what was it, 4 hours ago?
Yeah.
Because it was post-race. Nothing stopped us from going, mid-afternoon tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I probably won't surface till like 4.
But as I say, if 13's pops, it's like that could be something to do tomorrow.
There was 2 hoeing contracts, but one was like 2 grand and the other one's 9.
To be fair, I would do sort of go yes for the pair of them, because at the end of the day, 11 grand. Thanks.
Yeah.
And to be fair, for what we said, that someone's going to be like ages. Like, I'm only seeing about another 2 passes maybe after this.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe another 2, maybe 3 for picking up odd bits.
It's partly why I didn't start anything, because I didn't think it would take you as long as what we thought. I have fed lead.
Yeah, the way that line is, that it's just this one and the next one, that's it.
I'm going to disappear, mate. I will catch up with you again some point soon.
Yeah, no worries, Andy. Have a good night, mate.
And
Good
you,
night.
see you, mate, Doug. See you, Rob.
Yep. I do not know where lead is gone. If you're wondering what I'm referring to, have you seen the name of the dog?
I had not seen the name of the dog, but I saw the dog.
The dog is called Zeppelin,
Right,
which is why I keep calling it lead.
gotcha.
That dog shakes as much as the train did. Did he do that for you earlier?
No, it's kind of alright. moving around earlier.
When I get really close to it, it's like slideshow. His movements. But only when it's walking. Which is the bizarre part of that, I think. At range it looks fine, but up close it looks really like stuttery, like there's 2 or 3 dogs in one spot. I'm assuming washing is going to be in order when you come back.
Yeah. Because this will be guaranteed 100% dirt. Dodgy little rock. Almost tipped me over. I'm good though. So yeah, I'll go fill up. Then I'll come get this all washed off. This is jet wash while refueling.
Efficiency.
Right, yep, we're refueling. And as the little pressure wash tuk-tuk goes back home again.
I really want to roll it like a round robin. I'm thoroughly disappointed that it doesn't. There we go. It takes a bit more effort than I expected, but it does it.
You missed a bit.
I can't. It said it was 100. It was completely clean on both sides.
Yeah, the only snag is you didn't do the weight at the front. You missed a bit. Yeah, it's alright. I can see that in the background. Just like looking along on his side. There you go. Well done.
I'm a lot happier now and that I know that I can do it.
Like so.
I've fallen and I can't get up. I hope you know every corner is going to be like this now with driving this.
Why does that not surprise me?
In my defense, I was actually stuck though. According to this, that is not dirty. I feel like it's lying to me. It is lying to me. It was 100% saying that it was not dirty. There was only 4 lines of text, and then I looked at it from the other direction again.
Right.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to get in your way. Steering's a bit difficult on this thing.
Yes, I know.
Dear God, steer back faster, please. I beg of you. So I'm going to say this because user's not here, but if we decide to get a pickup truck, I would not be opposed to that.
For just generally moving stuff around.
I'm moving this thing around.
What, using a pickup instead of the tuk-tuk?
Yeah.
Oh, but the tuk-tuk's fun.
We can put the tuk-tuk in the back of the pickup.
No, we're not having it ducking down pressure washer. No.
It makes logical sense. It means you can go faster, you can go further, and it's still got the same result.
Right. God, you'd almost say that was professionally parked. Almost. Right. However, we are done. So, ooh, actually, that's the point. Let's have that money. So, see, technically, it's almost where we started off from.
Yep.
No, well, no, we started off with 120 grand. And then I brought it down to 85 just by buying that hole and the rest of it. But I'll say, again, productive day. We bought a field. It's, you know. Oh, that's so janky bad.
You've realised now, have you?
Yeah, no, I've seen it. Standing still is fine. It's just that walking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even this part is fine.
Yeah.
When it's rolling over, it's fine. But when it starts walking, it looks just like the train did. Except for it's the opposite, because from a distance it looks fine, but up close it was really bad. As the train looked janky as shit from distance and fine up close.
Yeah, the train's fixed. Train's not too bad. Right, so let's go to that. Oh, sweet. 90% yield bonus. We're in happy days with this. It's got some patchy bits on it.
That's hail damage.
Right.
There's there's like 4 or 5 spots on this for that.
But
it was partly why I mentioned this field in particular was because it was literally everything was done on it. We had nothing to do to it.
Yeah. All we've got to do is wait 3 months. and then we're happy days. I say take this, we'll harvest it, lease the grain mill, and drop all this off at the grain mill for flour, and then we'll go from there with it.
Yep.
Basically, that sounds like a good plan. That does. And then what's me? Oh, so Noah's got peas on that.
Now, if we save up like $500,000, we can buy field 12.
Field,
Which is
which
growing
field?
sorghum. 12, which is
12.
the one that I'm stood at. The other end of the path. Where you're running.
Oh, 12.
Yeah, it's $500,000. 485.
Oh, joint.
Which I mean,
How can we get $500,000 in 4 months? 3 months?
yes, but we need to cut off user.
Yeah. It's just got to be hard contracts for 3 months, basically, doesn't it?
The problem is the contracts are probably going to dry up a bit soon. Like, we'll probably get another month, maybe, of weeding contracts. But we've done a lot of them so far.
Yeah.
And then July, barley's harvesting time. I don't know how much barley's on the map. Probably not a lot. I think there's 3 fields of it. 4 fields. So we might get a good yank of that.
I suppose what I'm thinking is, if we... This is a spitball idea, whether you want to write it down or not. But if we try and get lion's share money saved, yeah, because we want to basically buy this in July, so that when it sleeps into August, it's ours and ready to harvest in August. Seeing it's only at state 1 now, so yeah, 4 states means it's August when it's ready. So we want to buy this July. So this is a spitball idea, yeah, is we go hammer and tongs with harvest and selling our goods for whatever. And then I would be almost tempted to go with we bank loan the difference to get it. To get the harvest and use that harvest money to basically get rid of the bank loan. But then we've got we then have the land to go with as well.
Yeah. I mean, obviously more land's going to be better, but the more we get, the better we're going to be for producing product that's going to make us more money.
Yeah. But I'm down with that, as in we now just basically go hammer and tong contracts to make $500,000, yeah, and we've got effectively 3 months to do it. But as opposed to saying, oh no, we failed, we haven't got enough money to buy it in July, at the end of July as well, as it's allowed all of July's data and money as well.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, oh no, we haven't got the money to buy it, thinking, yeah, we will actually bank loan the difference, with then essentially all contracts we get from there onwards is paying back the bank loan.
Yeah.
That sound like a plan? It sounds
It
right in my head. Let's put it that way. And then I say that way we've just got 12 to go with.
Yeah. The other thing we could probably look at a bit more is bread. Because that's a 2-to-1. At peak, it's 3.5 flour. It's 1,500, roughly. So bread a little bit over double the price of flour. We've got flour in storage to turn into bread, so it was least the on-map bakery to make bread.
Yeah.
And then that hopefully will be done by December as well this year, so we could pay. That would give us a chunk of money in December.
So what are you thinking? Lease bakery to do that, or
Yeah, he'll be leasing the bakery.
that's fine. See, something I was thinking in my head with this all, is I didn't necessarily want to duplicate anything we already have.
Yeah.
So the fact that, yes, there is a bakery on the map, so we'll either lease it or we'll buy it. We're not going to put just another one on Newlands just for the hell of it.
Yes. Oh, there is a dairy out there.
Is there?
It's not in the available listing, but it's on the map. Maybe it's only a sell point? No?
Where's it at?
Down in the right hand side of the city. I'm running around it at the minute. It seems to only be a sell point.
Right. So on that basis, if it's just a sell point, then I'm kind of down with that. We would put our own dairy down for our own milk production, etc., etc. Yeah, that's.
No, I haven't seen a pallet spawn location on it.
Yeah, it is just delivery there.
When you click on it, you can't click buy either, so that makes it feel like.
Yeah. So in that case, we would put our own dairy down because it's not a production point that is actually on the map at the moment. But yeah, as I say, I didn't want to sort of just say, for example, throw down a bakery just so it's like, oh, it's what it looks so bit. It's like, that's not.
I was actually trying to find the bakery.
It's on the other side of here.
That's the carpentry. Next one's the oil mill. Then it's the sugar mill. The bakery's the other side of the city. Yeah.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I've driven past this building many a times and didn't even notice.
Just didn't even realise.
I'm so observant, clearly.
But ultimately, yep, there we go. That's our spawn point for it all.
Yeah, and the tip points around here.
So
I mean, to be fair, it is a nice bakery. So
yeah. So, and the fact that we've got trucks for logistics, that's what we're doing. That is, this save is not about the rice, even though it is on an Asian map. It's not about the rice. This is the logistics save. That's what we're doing. This is our
temple.
thing. Yeah, that logistics and temple, legit, straight up. Seeing everything needs to be palletized, and we've now just got a way of auto palletizing things.
Yeah.
So happy days. So, yeah. So anything production-wise we do end up doing. So yeah, we're going to need a dairy because of water buffalo later on. Then, you know, we'll put something down. Maybe that's what goes on, well, either 1 or 6. For the size of the places, I'd almost say 6 might be the better one to make into the, you know, outlet village, for want of a better description.
Did not need to click that button.
See, 1 could be, if for later things, if we end up buying 1 and 2, we can just join them together.
Yeah. Well, I
Make
mean, 6 was slated for buffalo cows.
Yes, it was.
But we could always do 25, 24.
Yeah, just
25 is the one that's constantly in
fog.
fog, so we could just turn that into cows.
Yeah,
So we don't need to go in there then.
because 26 is grass. Yeah.
Yep. Which is partly why 6 was going to be it, because then we can make the food
Yeah.
pretty much on site.
But if we did it, flipped it the other way around, so basically 25 becomes cows because it's closer to old farm. 25 is old as cows, as water buffalo. 26 as the grass that we can just constantly do for, you know, to go with that.
Same 49. And we can always buy 24 and put grass in there as well if we really wanted to.
Yeah.
If we're short on food.
To make that literally little cow central and self-sustaining, essentially.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good plan. I like the idea of that.
Which then you have the 2 choices of doing silage through grass bales, or we can put corn on a field, say 35, which is round the corner. And forage harvest that and turn it into chaff. Put it in a silo over here somewhere, convert it to silage, feed cows.
I'm kind of down with that.
Because like it wouldn't need to be done every year, but like on odd years we could do it, and even years we use it for something else.
Now, I know sugar beet is a kind of maybe necessary evil. Where would we stick that?
If we're gonna do that, any long square field, depending on how often you want to do it as well.
Basically, so I'm just thinking sugar beet, yeah, that's gonna go.
Because it's for cakes. That's
Yes.
pretty much all it's ever used for, if memory serves.
Yeah, so I was like thinking maybe 34, which I just did, that's down at the bottom end. Or we could use 32, right at the very bottom.
What about field 45? It's nowhere near us. But it's not a field that we'd need to do. Right at the top of the map.
Yeah,
in the middle.
I see you.
But it's long, it's thin, and there's plenty of turnaround on either end of the field.
That will be a good one. Legit.
Which
that
means it's easy to turn around, harvest it in lines,
Yeah.
and we'd probably only need to do one a year or one every couple of years to actually do it.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking. It's like, it's going to be a necessary evil, but if we're going to have water buffalo that is going to produce milk, does it? Does it? I don't know.
Water buffalo does
Yeah.
milk.
Yeah, it does do milk as well, right?
That's
So
all it
that
does. It does slurry, obviously, but like that's byproducts.
yeah. So we're already producing the eggs. The dairy will produce milk and butter. We'll just need to put some greenhouses in to make strawberries.
Yeah.
That's nothing. Because strawberry production is just going to be water again, isn't it, basically?
Yep.
So, yeah.
Okay, so here's another one for you then. For strawberries, what about for 42? I'm stood at it now. Something near 45, obviously.
Yeah, 42 you end up usually doing, yeah. What, making that for
Yes.
as a greenhouses thing?
Yep. Just put greenhouses on it.
Tarmac it, greenhouse it. Yeah, because it's a pain in the ass to actually do anything with... Get a lot of contracts on 42, to be fair.
Yeah, but at that stage we're not going to be doing many contracts.
True.
It's not the flattest of surfaces, which is a bit of a downside for it, but it's also such a small field that it's kind of annoying.
And we could just basically put greenhouses down the curvy side, leave the flat side that's underneath the highway as the loading road, as it were, as the fast lane.
Well, between the highway and the edge of the field, there is actually a small path that you could go down.
Because basically all we need to do have over here. Oh, we don't even have to do that. What are we talking about? We only need to have a bit of a runway down the flat side, the flat edge, yeah, just to get in to deliver water. Because I was there thinking, oh, we're going to have to need a forklift over there. No, we don't. Because it's got to get delivered directly to the logistics centre.
Yep.
So, yeah, where you're stood at the moment, yeah, that side, we are basically have it paved because that's where we're going to be able to want to run the truck down with a water tanker to just to refill it. And then just have a row of greenhouses all the way down it. And just like, that'll do.
So, like, where I've walked out to now, to the highway, is
Yeah.
like probably the width of about 5 trucks. So you could do a UE with a truck there quite easily, and then there's between me and the like pointy bit,
Yeah.
like you could fit a good few greenhouses down here. When you get to the 42 number,
Yeah.
is when it starts going uphill, which is about here. It starts to climb.
But we could just do a little bit of, you know, terrain manipulation, to be fair.
Yeah.
Just bring it down a bit.
Well, you might lose some of the road, some of the field because of that, because there's a road there for traffic that goes along it. But
ultimately, all we need to do is be able to get, even if we end up putting greenhouses like the full length down it, yeah, you just need that bit that's like under the highway to be accessible for a truck to turn in at one end and come out of the other, and essentially be able to unload water at all of them.
yeah. One thing I would say is I don't know, because I'm pretty sure there was one on the thing to buy. Oil mill, sugar mill. Yeah, there's a sugar mill in the city. I was gonna say maybe put the sugar mill up on 42 as well, so that we can just cart from 45 to 42 to unload.
Yeah. So have we
And
actually
then-
got? So have we actually got a sugar mill or not?
There is one on the map, yeah.
Right.
In the city, it's the 3 dots along the blue ones along the coast. Closest to the ship is the one that's the blue dot.
Got ya. So yeah, I'm again.
Like that'd either be a very long cart or you just put a sugar mill on 42.
To be honest with you, I would just sort of like, you know, we're only going to do this maybe once every other year though. So, as opposed to having cars, I would just drive it down.
I mean, the other option is field 14, which is on the right hand side of the map.
14, did you say?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's relatively square.
Alright, it's 40k more, but it's not exactly a huge amount more.
It's also 1.7 acres bigger.
As well. Yeah, 14 and run it to the sugar mill. Yeah,
Yeah, because that's
that-
not
that-
as far.
Yeah, that works. And you've basically got 2 points of entrance into the town as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I kind of go down that route. But anyway, we digress. Right, I'm going to call it there. And yeah, maybe go to bed, seeing it is 2 o'clock. Not make it too late this time. Maybe get up a bit early.
yeah.
So, on that basis, thank you very much everyone for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you all on the next stream, possibly tomorrow afternoon, and some more of this next time. So, have a good night, and I will catch you all later.